10:03. Good. 10 o'clock according to the computer, so we're on time. Agenda additions and approval. Off agenda.
I'd like to add one or move it, 12.5 for information into new business.
It's
It's a letter from White Sands.
Any other additions? Off agenda.
I'd like to have an addition brought into the camera on water lines.
That would be under 13.3 then. Is that okay to put it in there, Andrew?
What part of it should be in camera?
It's just an update on like what Jerry and I have been kind of working on.
The routes and
Okay, so we'll go section 23, drafts, local body confidence.
any other additions? Off agenda.
I'll move as accepted or amended, please.
Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? I'm opposed.
I'm opposed to that, Mr. Chairman.
To be in camera?
I'm sorry, this is, that particular item is something that I'm opposed to. I'm in favor of the agenda, but I'm opposed to that particular item. Number one, being in camera, and number two, how it was dealt with. But let the record show.
Absolutely. Minute approval, April 13th, 2022, regular council meetings, and March 24th, 2022, committee of the whole.
I didn't see any problems with it, so I'll move that we accept them as presented.
Stewart?
I did notice one item. It was in the reports. I think it was the CEO's, Chief Administration Officer's report. It said Councillor Stuhlberg raised some ambulance issues. I think that should have been Councillor Stevens.
Okay.
Right where credit is due.
We can correct that, and you're fine with it? Councilor Hay? Any other questions? Okay, all in favor?
In favor.
Carried. We have a public hearing at 1 o'clock and our delegation start at 1:30. Okay, 6, council's request for information, 6.1 dust abatement on Warden Road. Councilor Nyberg, page 19 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had a number of requests or concerns from 2 or 3 residents along Lisbon Road for dust abatement. This is a haul road, and it was understanding that we were still doing some dust control on some of the properties that were out there. In the past, I think we've had help from the oil companies, but considering that 2 major hauls that go into that are major taxpayers within the county of Stettler, I'm wondering if this should be something that we should be reviewing. These 2 individuals, elderly fixed income situations where I'm thinking that the dust abatement becomes an issue. We definitely take a large sum of money from the oil companies, so I'm not necessarily in favor of putting that down. I'm just wondering what administration, what their thought is on this. So there's only 3 requests that I have on there right now. So.
The administration. So we used to dust control, and yes, the Warden Road has always been used as a haul road. We did cut it back for budget considerations. And this is the prime reason that we are collecting a cap levy, would be to do dust control. I mean, it's up to council if we want to take some funds. I think we have in the budget, Krista, you can help me with this, $10,000 for cap levy. And we also are doing some dust control down the Scholar Road. But I think it actually has been coming in between $30,000 and $40,000. I'm not sure we've been able to collect all that, but we could allocate some funding from the cap levy revenue to look at doing 3 or 4 spots on the Warden.
As requested, I think there's 2 spots that I'm not sure there's much activity, that there is residents there, but they haven't made that request.
So is calcium all right, or
I would think that's, I mean, it's where it's.
probably our cheapest way, right?
My biggest one is the big oil producer out there has definitely done an upgrade, and there's a ton of extra traffic on there. I mean, it is a haul road. If we had the money, we would pave this road. That would be within our budget, but I don't think we're quite at that particular situation, but
We can have Mark do up a cost analysis of it, and we can bring it back to the next council meeting. That should give us enough time to still get it down.
Just in general, so you know, we're finishing up our calcium today on all the repair sites. So it may be a while before I get any more into other project areas.
how long are we talking?
6 to 8 weeks maybe. Gotta get some other stuff right before the next pack. Just letting you know
So with our dust control, what goes into the cost of our dust control?
Well, we charge the ratepayer, Rick probably can help me with this too, but we charge the ratepayer the actual cost of the product. And the county does the prep work and supplies the gravel.
No, but in this case, this would just be calcium down, because that road doesn't need gravel by any means. It's in good shape for the most part. It is a haul road. I think we gravel it quite regularly. So.
yeah, if there's sufficient gravel, we don't have to gravel it. It's the effort of the crew that's out there on our part that the county subsidizes. And then the ratepayer pays the actual cost of material. Your average 200-meter site in front of a place is around $1,700. Cost of material.
And application, because they charge for application fee.
Well, that's our cash out of hand money. Right?
So there's no possible way that you can get to this in the next near future? I'm just, 6 to 8 weeks, we're past
If council makes a motion and passes this request, then we can order the calcium right away. And
I gotta fill a truck though, right?
Yeah.
The cost is gonna look through the roof if we bring that thing down there and just do a couple spots.
what is it? How many spots to fill a truck?
Well, we got 40 or so in 2 days that we're laying down. So probably 3 trucks are coming between yesterday and today.
So about 13 per load.
I think it's around 30,000 liters per truck. And we ordered somewhere around 90,000 liters already.
have we done the Scholar Road yet?
No, that's a project area we have to finish first. So that's when we're bringing calcium back to do that. That's our next plan event, right?
But for a load, Rick, are they started? They've started there. Could a person possibly, if you brought the load up to do what you had to do on the Warden Road, could you do the half a dozen or whatever on the Scholar Road, or that little portion just to so you had a full load? Would that be possible? Because I understand what's coming. Like, we're into the real dusty time right now with guys hauling.
That's why we went early this year, is we got a lot of calls about, we can't wait for our stuff, so we jumped it up real early, getting it applied. I can probably bring a body job out, depending on the quantity, over 3 or 4 of those sites, just a higher cost, that's all.
Yeah, I think what Larry's suggesting is there a portion of the Scholar Road where it is complete and ready? Where you could just empty the rest of the remainder of that one truckload?
If you ordered another truck, yeah.
You ordered a full
I
set.
can look into it, and then it's just a matter of scheduling with the supplier, what's available, right, so.
Councilor Henry, do you have your hand up?
Have these landowners contributed in the past towards any of the costs?
I don't think well, you see, that one's a tough one, because in the past, there was a landowner that was the oil company that did They actually, two of these sites, they bought the property, then they subdivided the acreages off, and they paid to have, help me a bit, did that oil company, did they pay for all the sites on there at one time? They paid for 3 or 4 anyways, because they were good corporate citizens, still are, and they paid for that. But they are at the point now that they don't do a lot down there, not near as much as the individuals that up there.
Yeah. The Warden Road's tough because it is a haul road. Trucks do bypass Stetler and to get to the bypass road, to the resource road. And the Warden Road is likable, and especially with the expansion at Inner Pipe, we were seeing them use the paved road off of 835 for 2 miles, and then gravel 2 miles, and then up on the Stewart one. So those 2 miles in there before they hit Stewart one, they're definitely the dust was flying.
Question through Rick. Rick, is, like, if we put calcium down, what is the maintenance schedule of that road, and to keep that road up? Does the calcium tie our hands, or should we be looking at one of the other products if we have to grade it more frequently? Or
No, we're actually using calcium effectively to reduce maintenance in a few areas as well, like over by the Botha Cemetery down to the highway, we extended it. Anywhere where we have trouble, little short stretches with the graders where it takes them too long. We're also looking at doing project areas around railway crossings and bridge ends and whatnot as well. So, it actually reduces maintenance because it's, we're not losing gravel off the road, and it just needs to be bladed individually on its own rather than just bladed through. So a little bit of extra time.
So are we looking at just doing it in front of, are we looking at just doing it in front of the residents, or is there, like, I'm looking at the map here, there's 4 miles between, say, like the end of the Warden Road that is oiled versus right down to the pavement. So how much are we really looking at in there?
There's 5 residences that are, and there's actually only that I know of that 2 have had concerns. Like I said, there's 2 there that are very, they're sheltered, and they haven't put a request in yet, and they've never really ever reached out. I'm not 100% sure that they're actually all living there either. So if it's an actual, I mean, there's a residence there, but I don't know if anybody's living there.
And I look at it, like, if you really need anything that's going to be on, say, like a haul road, you should put some of your own dollars for it also, because I've been with my own area, I've got people on haul roads, and I'm not asking for any assistance totally from the county. Someone should also step up to it. And that
I have a hard time, Mr. Gender, with that when you have a lady who bought the property and has owned it for 60 some years, farmed it for her entire life. We turned it into a haul road, and now we have charged 2 of the oil companies in our area that would pay more taxes than any of all the gravel pits that we have, but yet we charge them a cap levy. The oil companies pay a ton of money. Unfortunately, I don't think it's their responsibility to pay for it, but they are using our roads, and we tax them to utilize and take care of the roads. So and when I say a lot of money, I say a lot of money.
I wish you'd been on council about 30 years ago.
Larry, you're absolutely right, and you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, that is the way that it is.
We were paying a lot of taxes then too.
Exactly, and I agree with you. You know where my stance has always been on was those who pay should get the opportunity to utilize what happens. I'm a service pay guy. I've always have been. If you pay for the service, they're not asked. They would prefer, these individuals would prefer for me to say, reroute the trucks and come down all the way around the Stewart Wynn Road and come through Stetler and come back down, go through Erskine and come back down to that particular property. Now, do you want to tell one of our biggest taxpayers that he has to reroute their trucks, or that company has to reroute their trucks? I would be pissed if I was that oil company and you're telling me that I'm paying X amount of dollars and now I have to make all my hauls another $400 or $500. I would be royally pissed.
Larry, I want to talk.
Yeah, I'll put you in there, Dave, too, but
One question and one comment. So my first question is this primarily one-off truck traffic that wouldn't be subject to a road use agreement.
It's oil field.
And the reason I say that is, like, there's two major plants on the Stewart Wind, which is all paved, and then the large one to the west at 835. So is it, if they're doing major hauls where we're subject to a road use agreement, like expansion, huge projects, I think it makes sense to redirect them where the roads have been improved. So are we talking about just those one-off, once a day type trips? And the second comment is, I kind of agree with the mentality that as soon as we designate something a haul road and we funnel traffic to it, some of that responsibility comes back on us, where we have to, if there's options to mitigate it, I think we are obligated to do that.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I gotta speak up for Tervita down here, which probably handles more stuff than that New Alta plant does. I need 3 dust controls if we're gonna start dust controlling for disposal wells. We go by 3 of and people have paid for their dust controls. Before Tervita was there, that other outfit, they paid for part of it. It's an ongoing thing, but we got the one right there at Big Valley. It goes past 3 residents, and they get absolutely nothing. So, but if we're going to start doing in front of disposal wells, well, no, those 3 got to get done too.
Councilor
And
Grover?
the other one out of the coming up to was a council decision to do the corners for safety and for down there at the gravel pits where they come out onto the main road. To put calcium on there was basically a safety factor so that we didn't have collisions just at the crossroads. And I think we did in front of one resident that, well, no, maybe we're not, but anyhow, just on that haul road. And we took it off of Webster's, and there's still some hauling on there. But the Tervita thing has got, those 3 have to get done. So maybe if you're going to start doing disposal wells, maybe them 3 should get done. Maybe you could get a full load of calcium. If it's in the budget. And oil companies pay a lot of taxes, but they also use a lot of our roads and other places except for going to the disposal wells where they haul production and the rest of it. Thank you. Bye.
Councilor Grover, though, that coming from the south, there is a 10-ton limit on the bridge there. So that to redirect traffic back out to 56 and back in would be a.
Yeah, but they come right through the town.
Yeah, well, like
They come right, Larry, they come right through the town, right along Railroad Avenue. They go north past Malbach, and then they go past Garsted's, and then they turn and come over, and Old Clam gets dusted out there at the highway too.
I do know that Big Valley did not want the trucks going through there. Numerous conversations, so.
The roads are banned.
Yeah, their roads are banned through town, Dave, so that would be more of a back on 56 and around. Councilor Nyberg?
Oh, Mr. Grover, just so you know that it is completely controlled up to the disposal well. That's not the issue. It is on the west side that is headed to there. So, and I agree with you, Mr. Grover. In your area, what we did was we forced these particular individuals, and I supported you on that. Let me finish, Mr. Grover. Thank you. I supported you in making those particular haul roads and taking traffic off those particular places. If that's the way council wants to go, I'm fair with that, but I think you may get some industry pushback if we turn the Warden Road into a residential only road. Because the simple fact is there is a large taxpayer that has paid very handsomely for a number of years to make sure that that continues as a haul road. We made that decision. I just don't know if that is the right thing to do. And I mean, I don't know if I would support it, but if that's the route that we want to go, I would dare say that they may have a thing or two to say to us about moving them through the town of Stettler and then back
Back down.
back down. We have pavement to both of those facilities, but this is a haul road that we have established, and it is in our strategic plan at some point to pave it across the way. We don't have the money, but we should be taking care of the residents on that particular haul road, in my opinion. Mr. Chairman, to that end, I'll make a motion that we have administration or authorize administration to put dust control in front of the 5 residents as per request. I don't think we need to put it down there unless it's requested. And then as per request and at the earliest convenience. Unfortunately, the cap levy is more for the gravel hauler, so I'm not sure if we can do that. I'm not sure where we take the money to.
Well, I reroute a lot of gravel haulers to the Warden Road. So can we just say that we're allocate funding from operations or cap levy revenue?
Okay, that'll be fine, whichever.
Rick?
I've just been communicating with Dan a little bit with his familiarity on those sites. It sounds like there generally haven't been 200-meter sites. We've been doing longer ones over the years. So he figures we're pretty much into it for a Super B anyways. By the time we're done the 5 sites, that's about $10,000 worth of product, just so you know.
Yeah, and on that, to start directing dangerous goods through 2 towns, a major town and one of our hamlets, is probably not our best safety move either. So I do understand we're on these haul roads, but we have to look at each one in specific, as we did on that road to the south of Big Valley, and make a decision from there. Is there any other comments on Councillor Gender?
I just find that once we make a decision on this one, we're gonna have an awful lot more on the table also. And on something like this, there should be some sort of cost sharing.
Any other comments? Councillor Philbert?
I think it would largely depend on the road designation. You know, if it's designated haul road, that would be a different set of rules, I guess, than just the regular roads.
Councillor Gender?
I do have some just north of town, just north of DNR, that approached me like last fall. There's a couple of residents up there that they would be looking at this also, requesting it, coming back. We're opening a can of worms here. So there's gotta be some sort of cost sharing. Other than that, it's gonna be.
Take the cost share, absolutely, and take the money out of the water lines. Gas tax is where it comes from, so.
As I said, we've looked at, those roads were looked at previously too, Councillor Gender, so we need to look at all these as individual roads. The Warden Road is can be a very busy road and very dusty road, as a lot of other roads in our county, there's no doubt about it. Okay? Well, we've had lots of comments on it, we'll put the question on the table. In favor?
Just a minute. Is there gonna be a letter of request from each one of those ratepayers?
I think there's emails or phone conversations from 2 or 3 already, so.
I see. No, I just thought that would help your cause, James.
Yeah,
And if any,
that's why it came to me, Mr. Grover. It came to me as one came as an email with, and then she was talking about 2 people plus herself, so.
and if any properties are vacated, I would take it that we're not gonna do.
I'm with you on that, Mr. Clark. I'm not looking just to throw down calcium. I'm looking to help the residents of our community.
Okay. Councillor Grover, where are you at on it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But the cap levy is a gravel thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's more-
So maybe we should take it out of general revenue.
Yvette did say though that she does direct a lot of gravel trucks onto that road too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've had
Are
gravel
you
haulers.
going to direct them?
I think she directs them.
Yeah, I have directed gravel haulers to the Warden Road, even though they had proper road use agreements in place. We're dust controlling with water in front of residents. The residents are still upset, and And talking to the gravel hauler, he was very cooperative and moved to the Warden Road to eliminate the bother to the residents.
So opposed? Council Gender opposed. Carried. Yes, because there's dust, and we've got dust in our secondary roads.
Yeah,
And they're probably one of our main contributors to complaints on dust, and we can't really do too much about that other than if somebody wants dust control, we do put it in front of their places at the cost.
I mean, to that end, Mr. Chairman, I looked at it for myself. My neighbors are, hauling cattle and they're seeding like crazy half of them are going north and I'd like them all to sell their properties so that the guys on the north stay on the north and the guys on the south stay on the south, but that's not how it goes. And it's cheaper for me to buy a water truck, so. Maybe I'll get Quentin to run it for me.
Then, would be under new business, request for decision, revised budget. Page 20 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Krista?
Thank you. So what you have before you today is the revised budget. We approved the budget in February of 2022, and what the budget here has for you is any of the changes that needed to be made. We have the assessment changes with the updated tax bylaw, which you'll be seeing later this morning, probably right after this. Requisition changes that were required to be changed for the tax bylaw, as well as the amounts that we needed to collect as well as pay. We had some grants that we needed to adjust in the budget. There was an ACP grant. Some projects that we had to carry forward included some public works projects for bridges, training stuff in a couple of departments, some maintenance requests that didn't get completed, as well as probably one of the bigger ones was the radios with the fire department. We also had some server upgrades that we needed to do. A lot of money, some of that money was being pulled out of reserves and was earmarked for servers for future. We have some deferred revenue that we've brought back into this budget. So items that were reflected for transition grants, water projects, as well as paving projects that's added into this budget, and any of those that needed to go in there. The other was one of the big things flagged by our audit was that we have been known to keep some of our capital projects for public works within the operations section. So we're just moving that out of the operations section in the contra accounts and reflecting it in our capital accounts. So we see that better. So overall, those are the nutshell of what the changes are. I have gone through this in some budget workshops with you guys. And so I'm just have the revised budget here for your presentation today.
Councilor Lambert?
We've reviewed this lots, so I would like to make a motion that we accept it as presented with the, do you need the tax rate as a separate?
That'll be next, yeah.
Okay, so I'll accept this, as, presented.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Favor.
Carried.
Council.
Okay, then we will step up to our bylaws 10.4. Bylaw 1679-22 tax rate bylaw for first, second, and third reading.
Good morning. As each year, we have to pass a tax bylaw as required in the Municipal Government Act. We would like to present the tax bylaw as you have in your package. And I'd like to recommend that the bylaw 1679-22 being the Stellar County 2022 tax bylaw be given first, second, and third reading as presented. Council and administration have worked together for the 2022 budget to come up with our tax rate bylaw, proposing 3% increase to the farmland, residential, non-residential machinery and equipment. So they are incorporating 3%, and then also our minimum tax levy has been $50, and it's being generated this year as 75, which will increase approximately $13,344. In the next 3 years also, our policing module increases each year. That will show within your taxes coming out this year. We also, administration lobbies and dedicates time to capitalizing on grants funding opportunities that can also support the budget as Krista and administration have presented. Our education requisition, we receive the requisition and we also have to pay it back out. There's also other requisitions that are the same way. We receive the requisition, we have to pay it back out. Whether we collect the funds or not, we still have to pay out those complete requisitions from the county. In our education bylaw, our education requisition, we don't change the requisition at all. It's straight across of what they requisition us is what we also pay back to them or remit back into them. So finally, basically the financial from a 0% in the taxes to a 3% increase generates approximately $367,600, and then with the $75 minimum tax levy increases about $13,344.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Stillberg? Did you?
I guess my comment is that we've seen costs rising to the county, like a minimum of 3% probably, and as high as 50% or more on the things we're purchasing and dealing with. So I think this is fairly conservative. I mean, 3% across the board, every category is taxed the same amount of increase. And really, it will generate 367,000, but that's typically a half a grader, so, or a little bit over half a grader. So, I mean, it's not a lot of dollars. That's the taxes are going to be increased. So I would be prepared to move first reading of this tax rate bylaw.
Since this was first discussed and debated at considerable length, the spike in fuel prices and the implications that has seen for our budget, I think this makes it a more pressing and salient point than when we originally discussed it, to be honest.
Mr. Chairman, we'll be discussing later in this package the cost of doing business in the agricultural department. As you can see, it was exactly that, a 3% increase to the cost of just purchasing the herbicide to control the weeds within the county right-of-ways and our ditches. So this is anybody that says that we're gouging them, this is just passing on the cost of what's happening out there. Fortunately, if you want to blame somebody, blame Mr. Trudeau. Oh, that's a political statement. Just inflation.
Councilor Gender?
I'll kind of add on there when they start saying that the annual inflation right now is sitting at 6.7. Right now, I think we might be shooting short, but we're going to have to be looking at bringing these, living with what we have. It's going to have to be a gradual increase so that we just don't hit the ratepayers all at once. Thank you.
So we have first reading. Motion for first reading. All in favor? Carried. Our Councilor Grover? Carried.
In favor.
I'll give you second reading, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor.
Carried. Counselor Gender.
Go to third reading?
Yeah, we.
Yeah, the motion to go to third reading, it has to be unanimous.
Motion to go to third reading, please.
Vote, all in favor?
In favor.
Okay, then the third reading.
I'll give you third reading.
Okay, Counselor Grover, third reading. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. So back to new business. Request for decision, purchase wheel loader, page 45 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Rick speak to this.
So this is going back to the original request we made for this loader. We ended up looking at that John Deere, but it didn't pass inspection with our guys, so we're asking to go back to the original proposal. The machine's already been checked out, Terry's happy with it, and I think we've already polled everybody as well and pretty much got affirmative, so this should just be the paper involved in finishing up the discussion.
I'll give you that motion to approve the purchase of the staff recommendation. So Stevens, actually, my preference from the get-go, I realized that there's sound logic to getting matching models, but I just felt this was a slightly better value for our money. One size bigger, a year newer, and slightly lower hours.
Counselor Gender.
We've got to first of all rescind the motion, the original motion.
That is correct, yeah.
Being that I had made the original motion, I have no problems on rescinding that motion because we're showing pictures by our head mechanic on the shape of that machine. There was an awful lot of paint job on the top side, but a lot of hidden possible problems that could be underlying in the future. So I will rescind that from original motion, please.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor.
Carried. Now, Counselor Stevens.
I'll give the motion that we proceed with staff recommendation on the purchase.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
Favor.
Thank you. 7.3, request for decision, National Accessibility Week, page 46 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nikki, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, we've been requested by Barrier Free Alberta to proclaim National Accessibility Week in the County of Stettler. Their goal is to make Alberta a barrier-free province and with access to all Albertans with disabilities. We've recently tried to catch up with that initiative right here with council's directive to make our front doors and front entrances and front washrooms more friendly for persons with disabilities attending our actual office. So we're asking today that you consider proclaiming National Accessibility Week here, in Stettler County.
Counselor Gender.
I can quite relate to that. As time's been going on in here, I believe I'm going to be one relating to that usage. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Counselor.
I'll make the motion to proclaim this week as National Accessibility Week.
Okay, any questions, concerns? All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. Request for decision, 7.4, Seniors Week Declaration, page 48 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nikki, you want to speak to this one?
Every year we consider June 6th to 12th, or the first full week in June, Seniors Week in Stettler County and Stettler, Alberta. And in the past, we've participated by attending all of our seniors facilities out in the county with fruit trays. Last year, we had a huge initiative in collaboration with the town where we did activity bags and treats for our seniors within the facilities in town here, just because everything was still locked down and we were trying to maintain safety for our seniors. So this year, I think it's going to look a little bit different again. Things have opened up and hopefully we can get out there and have some visits and some face-to-face time with our seniors. So we're asking you to proclaim June 6th to 12th Seniors Week.
Counselor Gender?
I'm hoping that Councillor Stevens will make this motion so that he shows kind of respect for us older boys on there.
There's a lot of seniors on this council. Justin, I'm on your side because there's a whole difference here. Like, I'm right in the middle.
You know what? I'm happy to make this motion. A lot of times when economic development and communities get discussed and how do we attract young people? How do we attract families? And in a lot of ways, I don't think our seniors get enough credit. When you talk about what they're able to give back, these are active members when it comes to volunteering, organizing community associations, because they have that time, they have that skill set and experience. They're, in a lot of ways, retired and can have some disposable income to help. They can assist at the arenas. These are valuable members of our community. So I am all in favor of it, and I would make the motion that if the town, has the town reached out to us about collaborating?
Yeah, we've been in conversation already.
My motion would be that we participate in a collaboration with the town.
And proclaim the first week of June.
Correct. And proclaim June 6th to the 12th Seniors.
Some of those seniors even sit on council.
Don't fall quite there yet. It will come, Councilor Nyberg.
Oh, I hope it does. I really do hope it does.
Okay, any questions, concerns? Councilor Stiller?
So I can deliver the fruit tray and eat it too.
Yeah. Have the cake and eat it too. Whole thing. But a motion on the table, all in favor?
Favor?
Carried. 7.5, request for decision, legislative policy, CN 1.1, council remuneration, page 51 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, did you want to walk council through?
Yeah, so this is direct follow-up from our discussions at the last council meeting, whereby we were directed to bring back a policy with some very minor changes, and you can see those changes on page 53 of the package under section 5. So previously, fee sheets were required to be approved by the chief administrative officer, who is actually your employee. So the direction came to have that be a review by the chief administrative officer to help you guys make sure that there's no errors or omissions. And then further ingraining that the councillor fee sheets and expense claims are to be approved by council at the following regular council meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I did actually read the minutes, so I kind of have an understanding what you guys were talking about. Well done on the minutes. The only thing that I would say is I agree, and I got the gist of what you guys were talking about. Shall be reviewed for payment by the chief administration officer, because we don't typically make that payment. Because of the way this is reading right now, it's going to be reviewed, but I don't know, Yvette does all the payment, so. I don't think we approve them, but she does it. If she just reviewed it, there's nowhere saying that it's reviewed for payments or for reviewed for processing. I don't know how you would put it.
My only note would be to say that section 5G still indicates that payment will be made to councilors monthly. It's sort of separate of the approval and review process.
Yeah, she just reviews it though, but does she reviews it for approval? I don't know.
It's, the intent is to remove approval.
Or review for payment.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's basically when you make a motion to approve the council fee sheets, you're approving the payment.
Just like we do an EFT, I guess, or a check registry. Okay, no,
I'm reviewing them to make sure that you don't, your mileage charges are within range, but I don't go everywhere with you, so.
Or that we actually didn't forget something sometimes, yeah. No, I'm cool with that. That was my train of thought when I first saw it. I don't want to hamstring administration by saying that you can't approve it for payment or can't review it for payment.
So is that a motion also?
Yeah, I would make that motion that we go ahead, and I have no problem with the way it is.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Carried. 7.6. Request for decision. Re-legislative policy, CN 1.2 council benefits, page 56 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, do you want to walk through? And I think if you got any questions, I can probably answer them.
Yeah, so your benefits were changed a while ago, which doubled the life insurance policy. And then as well, at the same time, we noted that there's an age limit on critical illness benefits. So we're just looking to reflect that in the existing policy. You'll see the changes on page 58 of your package under subheading 1.
Councilor.
So what was why was the increase from the life insurance? So what was the thought pattern, or what was the?
We looked at it last fall. I did reach out to council at that time, and everyone was on board with increasing it because we could get it for the same, basically the same rate. It's a nominal fee to increase that protection, and some of our councilors are, I don't know how to say this without being rude. Yeah, some of our councilors are starting to get older, so we're looking at years and a half. But we're looking at a way to be able to offer that same benefit coverage for a minimum amount of money. Council pays 25% of their benefits every month. We also have an obligation to employees and to council when they reach the age of 70 that we have to go find another benefit package for them, and we do that. And we've been having great luck with the Green Shield. But Equitable Life will cover, even though it is reduced from 65 to 70.
And so what is the total cost? Like, what are we talking?
I sent that out the other day when Justin asked me. It's a few, like $10, $11 per month kind of thing.
I'm just talking to the county. I'm not to the.
To the county?
Overall, with 7 councilors going up.
I've got that. Sorry about that.
I tried to do the calculation, but it wasn't making much sense because I don't know who everybody's age either. So.
Sorry. Yeah, so if you're under 65, you pay 136 and the county pays 462
A year?
a month.
Okay.
And then if you're over 65, you pay 125 and the county pays 369. So the difference is $9 to yourself and 30 to the county, I guess. So 30 times 12 is 360.
I guess my thoughts on this are, the nature of elections are quite a fickle beast, and I'm having trouble wrapping my head around why someone would want to include the gamble of whether or not they'll be on council as part of their estate planning. So I guess I'm questioning the value of this being supplied to councilors. And I'm not questioning the value of life insurance in general, just it seems like a fickle thing to gamble on for your estate planning.
Any other comments?
I have no problem with it. I'll make the motion to pass it and move on.
Councilor Gender?
I guess like I look at it and say, no, like I have to go along with Mr. Stevens there that say that, no, like this isn't going to really affect me, and for the additional cost, I have no problems on leaving it where it is.
So it's at pre-October or now?
Pre-October.
Have you already initiated this?
Yeah. I did a straw poll through council last October and I was told to go ahead and do it.
It's already initiated, so.
It's just a correct policy.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. Any other comments? We'll call the vote. All in favor?
Favor?
Opposed? Counselor Nyberg, Stolberg, and were you opposed, Randy? You were in favor? You opposed? Carried?
I voted in favor.
Yeah, you voted in favor. I just,
Justin and I were opposed.
Okay.
okay, 7.7, request for decision, legislative.
Stevens, sorry. Maybe this.
Okay, 7 points.
What happened yesterday, let alone what happened in October, so I'm sorry, I apologize.
You better be careful, because that won't get better either. 7.7, request for decision, legislative policy of CN 1.5, boards, committees, and commissions, page 59.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, do you want to finish up?
Yeah, you bet. So this policy is redundant to our procedural bylaw, which lists our committee boards and commissions and does a much more thorough job of it. So administration's recommendation is just to rescind the policy.
Nyberg?
Are we rescinding or deleting the policy? Rescinding would say that we would pull it off and it would have to be somebody in. I think we'd have to delete this policy.
No, rescission means it is taken out of legal effect.
Okay. I just rescind, when we rescind a motion, it has to be somebody that was in positive.
No, actually, that's actually a misnomer. It's repealing a motion within the same thing that has to actually
Oh, okay.
say the same thing. So yeah, it's rescission.
Tomato, I don't care, let's get rid of it.
I'll give you that.
Oh, I-
Did you get it ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what in my hand was.
Motion, Counselor Nyberg, you're rid of it. Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. In favor, Counselor Grover?
In favor?
Okay. 7.8, request for decision, purchase of herbicide from Advantage VM, page 75 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clinton? It's your turn.
Okay, so you see, request for decision for herbicide from Advantage VM. In the past, herbicide purchases have just gone through the CAO, but because of the increased value on the amount we're asking for, coming to council for approval. This was budgeted for. You'll note that I am about 2% over budget because of inflation. You'll see that in both requests for decisions coming up.
How much over budget?
2%, so overall $5,400. If I have my math right.
Counselor Stolberg?
I guess it's a sign of the times. Things do go up, and so I will make the motion for staff recommendation to approve the purchase of chemicals with the increase, like keeping weeds under control on gravel pits and roadsides is pretty important.
Counselor Pender?
What do we have in inventory, see like from last year compared to see like years before that?
Well, if that question would come up.
It's
Pretty steady, really. It varies a little bit, but overall, my inventory stays pretty steady.
Within say 10% of your budget?
Within
Yeah.
5% of my budget.
Chemical inventory has remained pretty stable over the years. There might be spikes and dips because of something that didn't get done or an Advantage that was able to purchase chemicals that we knew that we needed. But for the most part, the budgetary, those numbers aren't fluctuating great deals unless it's been a motion to do extra spraying or whatever, and inventory has reflected that as well.
Thanks, Chris.
You're welcome.
Counselor Nyberg?
I just wondered the extra 3% coming from operations, or where are you taking it from? You can't just pull money out of the sky.
Okay, so I'll take it out of the ground then, no.
Good if you were gold mining. but-
Yeah, I'll probably just take it out of miscellaneous expenses. I've got another line to cover the one-offs like this.
Okay, I'm in favor then.
Overall, my budget won't go over.
Hold them to it.
One more quick question. Are we seeing an increased demand as more hamlets are coming into the county for spraying? Is that?
Absolutely. Got to cover more back alleys, more parks, more green space. As we incorporate more hamlets, yeah, it's going to go up, and I'm trying to do the best I can to stay as environmentally friendly as possible with other means, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Good.
Councilor Gender?
I'm just kind of wondering, like, within that means, have we ever thought about being able to cover those costs? Like, we definitely have lowered the taxes within those two villages, hamlets, since they've come on. So I'm just kind of wondering whether the taxes that are being paid by those, should they be increased by, say, like a cover cost for something like that? Means that we never really looked at them.
I don't really know. I don't know what the villages or the hamlets bring in for taxes.
Mr. Chairman, if I could answer that, we increased their taxes by 3% today, so I'm thinking they are covering it.
But also to the fact we did have other hamlets that we've taken care of for numerous years, so we do know kind of what it costs to take care of hamlets.
That's exactly where we were at. The comment I made earlier, Mr. Gender, was that there was a 3% tax increase, so it should hopefully cover our cost of doing business.
And it's also one, have we been a little bit low in the past, means that we never took that into consideration when we took on these hamlets. Never put it into the
But
budget.
they're paid the same as everybody else. It's not like we've given them a smoking rate. Erskine pays Gatsby. Watha.
Mill rate's the same. Yeah, I'm completely in favor of the standardized mill rates across the board. I would hate for us to be picking favorites with one area, one hamlet over another.
I don't have a hamlet in my area, but I'm in favor of it. Yeah.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of Erskine, but they should pay the same as everywhere else.
We have a motion on the table.
All in favor?
Favor.
Carried. 7.9, request for decision, repurchase of herbicide from,
Yes.
For Sarah's? Yeah, okay.
So there's basically two companies I purchase herbicide from. One deals with Dow or Corteva products. One is Bayer products. So Versaris is the other company I purchase from.
What's the increase on this one? I'll give you that motion, Mr.
The
Chairman.
problem is we start doing budgets in July, right? But we don't get an updated price from these companies until March. So,
Anybody that bought fertilizer this year knows.
and glyphosate, right? There's a huge shortage on glyphosate and it's showing.
It's
Huge
all-
cost.
It's a lot bigger than a 2% increase too.
A little bit. Yeah.
Any questions, concerns? All questions?
Yeah, one.
Okay, Councilor Grover?
I just bought glyphosate this morning. If you haven't bought from that dealer, they probably won't sell it to you. So there is a shortage and the price is way up. It's all right, they've already made a motion, yes?
Yeah.
To move it?
Yeah, to move it, correct. Okay, call the question, all in favor?
Favor.
Carried. Okay, request for decision, 7.10, re-agricultural policy, AG 3.5 wild boar, page 77 of our package.
So this request for decision was presented to the service board. We went through a few revisions. The only major revision is the updated pay cost we had before, $50 per set of ears. We are now going to match what the bounty the province provides us. That's the major difference in the policy today.
Councilor Stevens?
Quick question, when we discussed this at ASB, there was a set of ears that were gonna be brought into you. What was the findings on that?
I'm glad you asked. Those ears never did show up.
Oh, yes, the mysterious ears.
If you follow Facebook, I think there was 47 comments on Potbelly Pig, and they named someone who I will leave out. Yeah, those ears never showed up. I didn't expect them to.
I will give you the motion that we approve as staff recommendation.
I would like to remind council that we don't have a problem here. This is only if our wild boar farm has an outbreak. I have a way to help the locals control any wild boar at large. We don't have a problem.
Mr. Chairman, just through to our Director of Agricultural Services, how many times have we paid out this bounty?
Since we started in 2008, 0.
Zero. So the problem is zero.
And we've never had a pair of ears submitted that didn't qualify.
There you go. Okay. So, question on the table? All in favor?
Favor?
Carried. 7.11, request for decision, agricultural policy, AG 3.6 pest control.
What are you guys doing at the Ag Service Board, making this work here?
Making you work. I see a slight change we have to do on the county, on the, no, sorry, wrong one. So pest control, the update we did in that was to include trappers with approval to use our right of ways to trap muskrat, coyote, beaver, anything named under the Agricultural Pest Act as a nuisance or a pest. Hold harmless agreement will be signed with the county so that if we're in winter winging back snow and we destroy their funnel trap, that's their loss, not ours. They're fully aware of where their traps are.
Councilor Stolberg?
I'd like to make staff recommendation to approve this policy as recommended by our ASB board.
Question.
I just have one question. If an incident were to happen in the public and these traps were on our right of way, do we have any liability with that if there was a kid, a dog injured, etc.?
That's the hold harmless agreement.
That's actually through the Trappers Association. A registered trapper is insured for that purpose. That's on them, not on us. It's actually no different than trapper putting a trap line on Mr. Stuhlberg's fence line that borders yours and catches your dog. He's covered that way.
Okay. I understood the hold harmless was if we in maintenance damage their trap, but okay, if that's the case, then
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Councilor Grover?
Opposed?
You're opposed? Grover opposed? Carried.
Because of the snaring of dogs.
Okay. 8, unfinished business, 8.1 memo, Village of Gadsby Fire Service Agreement early withdrawal.
Denelda, I think, is it not, Mr.? You said Gadsby, I think it's Denelda.
Oh, sorry.
Fire Service in Gadsby is,
Village of, Gadsby is under the county plans as a hamlet. I apologize on that. Village of Denelda Fire Service Agreement early withdrawal, page 84 of the fact. Senior moment. It is a senior moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've put forward 2 options for you to consider to allow the early termination date or to deny the request. I have been working on this. I've had a conversation with the County of Flagstaff. Also had a conversation with the CAO of the Village of Forestburg. I am concerned that there is some work that needs to be done prior to this happening. One of the biggest things is our mutual aid agreement needs to be updated drastically. We have to look at some kind of what the termination dates are, what the service would look like. What happens if Forestburg is fighting a fire in Forestburg and Denelda has a fire there? So I'm concerned that we need some time to work out some of the logistics of this. Administration's recommendation is right now is to deny the request, but we're bringing it forward to council.
Others talk.
Mr. Chairman, so I think I mean, I kind of got a little bit of the gist of what happened at the last meeting that you guys had with him. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it. I'm a little bit concerned in the fact that we're concerned about this. If this was, you know, a mutual aid with, let's say, Red Deer County, and they had a fire at the Red Deer County side, we would park our trucks on our side and just wait. And if the fire came across, then we would fight it unless they asked us to come in and help them. If we were busy fighting a fire in, say, Gadsby, and we couldn't make it in the mutual aid, we would just say, I'm sorry, we're unavailable, and that mutual aid is not there. So I think that more of the concern is on the village of Denelda than it is on ours. I mean, that's their municipality for them to worry about and to be concerned. I mean, if a house burns down in Denelda, it's that council's situation to deal with, not ours. So I get your concerns in the fact that if it spreads into our community, but other than that, I'm not sure that we should be that concerned about whether Flagstaff or the village or the town of Forestburg has the means or capacity to deal with it. That's what, again, that particular two municipalities have taken on the responsibility to put their name on and say that they are the service to provide for them. Again, I get down that, not my monkey, not my circus.
Councilor Gender?
I guess in those situations, all we can do is, is offer to Denelda that, okay, if they do have a fire and Forestburg cannot respond, we will respond to them, but it will be at our rates.
Unfortunately, Mr. Gender, that's what Ms. Cassidy is getting at, is the fact that you need to have the mutual aid for our fire department to go into another jurisdiction. You can't just plow in there with your fire truck and go there. You have to have a mutual aid agreement. You just don't show up and start spraying water around. That's not how that works.
Right, that's the point that I'm making, okay, that we leave it open for them. And if they request us, and if Forestburg cannot respond, they want our assistance, yes, we will respond.
That is a mutual aid agreement. That's
And
what.
it has to be in place before.
My question is, who are we, hypothetically, who would we be negotiating with for a mutual aid agreement? Would it be Forestburg? Would it be a joint regional commission? I mean, that's kind of the elephant in the room, so to speak.
It's Flagstaff County has formed a society, and it's called it's for their emergency services. And to enter into this society, basically your tuition is your equipment. Denelda will not be a member of this commission. They will strictly be running underneath Forestburg's banner. So not only am I concerned that they could be fighting a fire in Forestburg and Denelda has one, what if the county of Flagstaff has a fire? They're in Denelda. Do they immediately pack up and leave and go to Flagstaff? Because if that was us, I would certainly expect that. We also have county residents that live right on the border in Denelda. I just think that there's a lot of logistics. I mean, I totally respect that it's Denelda's decision, and they have the right to do what they believe is best for their residents in their village. But there are some logistics that need to be worked out prior to this agreement being terminated. And we may require some time. Flagstaff has just formed this society. You know, they're all kind of working out the quirks and how's this working, how's this not working. We may require some more time, we may not, but I don't want to cripple us by, not having enough time to make sure that everything's in place.
Councilor Stolberg?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that is the village's decision where they get their fire protection, and we're not trying to change their decision in any way, shape, or form. But I also think there's too many unanswered questions yet, and the larger one is the mutual aid agreement that's missing. So I would be prepared to make a motion for option 2 that Councilor denies the request for an early termination date at this time until we get some of these logistics worked out, and then we should be good to go.
Councilmember?
Again, I'm sorry, Mr. Stolberg, I disagree with you on this. Again, it is not our, like, I'm not sure why we are putting ourselves in a position to have a panic attack about having a mutual aid agreement in place. It affects us in no way, shape, or form. If we shut this off today, if we say we're done today, Forsberg's taking over and they're going to start fighting fire, it affects us other than the few shekels we get of $25,000 in the scheme of things is a nothing. And if they have a fire in Denelda and the entire village burnt down, unfortunately, that would be very, very bad, but it would not be our responsibility. As soon as that is done, as soon as we have terminated the agreement, it is now the village of Denelda's councilor's responsibility. It was the same thing when we had the village of Botha and they said they'll phone 911. No, you can have a bucket brigade, but you will not get us to respond. I'm sorry. That's where this is at. Unfortunately, the village of Denelda they're big boys. They can make their own decision, and I'm not in favor. I terminate it as soon as they want it done. You want to go? Let them go.
Councilor Grover, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. I'm in with Les. I think until they get a few more things worked out. I talked to some counselors from Flagstaff. They didn't know anything about the Denelda thing, and I brought it to the attention of our CEO. And until I'm for number two, until they have an agreement or whatever, because we're gonna get into trouble if we go in there and fight a fire. If it's gonna jump from there into our county, yeah, I have a problem with it. So I'll be voting for number two, for Les's number two. Thank you very much.
Councilor Stevens?
I partially agree with Councillor Nyberg that this, as cold as this is to say, that it is the village of Denelda's decision. However, where we disagree is asking them to honor the contract that they agreed to and voted on by not giving them an early out clause. I don't think that's going against
The valid point.
and that's where we disagree. So with Councillor Stolberg's motion, we're honoring the existing agreement. We're allowing them to leave. That is their decision. But in my mind, if we had this contracted service, that was our decision. We're not making them remain after the fact. We're just making them honor the current agreement until its end date. And then they are welcome to make whatever decision they want. We're not tying their hands. And in the interim, that gives us time to sort out the details.
I have a concern on it too, is the fact that if we had a year like last year and there's a fire within the north part of the village, or the north or west, eastern part of that village, there's a big coulee there. And if they're waiting for a truck that may not arrive, and that fire gets into that coulee, that is going to be one major County of Stellar and probably County of Kamloops fire. Because if that fire jumped in there and you had any kind of wind, it's very rough terrain to fight any fire. So I do think we have to have the mutual aids in place. We have to have that there's communication, that if there was no trucks available, that we at least were aware that there was a fire that we may have to gear up for. Because for them to call it once it crosses the fence, then that's a whole different scenario. Councilmember.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, our mutual aid agreements have been lackluster at best. We have let them go, and I don't see that changing. And I don't blame administration on this. I think this is falls squarely within our fire chief's purview. I'm sorry, I'm not saying this. It's not a personal situation. This is something that is a lack of attention that has been duly given by that particular part of the department. Unfortunately, I don't know how we change that, but I think it is. And whether we have we need a mutual aid agreement, and it needs to be updated with the county of Flagstaff And I mean, that should be done right away. And I agree with you. You're 100% right. If that happened and we have the current one, it's going to be bad for everybody. So that needs to be done, but it also needs to be done with Starland and Mehill and Red Deer and Lacombe County. I mean, we're in a situation with all of those particular individuals that we are less than stellar on our mutual aid, right? So, and Painter, I forgot our favorite friends to the east. So that needs to be very much taken care of. And I don't know how you do it other than an order in council. I don't know. I don't know how you have to make that happen. And if you give them a 2-year period, it'll be 2 years that it gets done. I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Councillor Nyberg, but I will be taking an active role in the mutual aid agreements. Also, there's protocols that are in place right now, and one of the protocols that's going to be missing is we have people, our residents, that pay taxes that need protection in the northern part of our county, and we have to address that issue also. And I just feel that there's some pieces that need to be in place that are going to increase my comfort level, your comfort level, and our residents' comfort level. I think we should get them done. Right now, as it stands, if Stettler gets called to the northern part of the county of Stettler, then Big Valley and Bymore, Big Valley moves in to cover off Stettler, Bymore moves in to cover off the south part of the county. We need to figure out how that's going to look now, because Stettler wouldn't be rolling to cover Denelda. We need to find out. I would like very much to see a volunteer fire department back up in Denelda, if only to fight county fires. And we have a beautiful hall. We have equipment that we have purchased, even though we brought it down and are using it with Stettler because they require it. But, you know, I'd like to be able to offer the same protection that people in Big Valley and Bymore enjoy by getting that fire department back up and running at Denelda.
And I don't see this being any different. I mean, if Denelda's not with us, we could still staff that fire hall, and we could still, there's nothing that stops us from doing that.
No, I agree.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. We've had lots of discussion on it. I'm going to call the question for, it was number 2. Council denies the request of an earlier termination date. So I'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
Opposed is Council. Okay, number 10.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Did we have an agenda addition 7.12, the White Sands Lagoon? That's where I put it, or where was that supposed to be?
The letter. It was 12. Well,
So it moved up. It was moved from
12.5 up to 7.2.
Yeah, it was in our for information package, and I can't remember, was it Councillor Gender that moved it in?
I got to 12.5. I thought he wanted to talk about it there, like,
Yeah.
so it wasn't just one of the consent pieces, but okay, so we'll move that up to 7.12. Letter from Summer Village of White Sands, County of Stettler Lagoons, request by Councillor Gender to discuss 225.
I guess it was one that instead of us just receiving it for information, being that they're asking us for the sewage operations, I find that we are very much lacking in like an ICF with them. I would like to have this brought up to their attention that we require a meeting with them about our ICFs about the road maintenance up on there, instead of just scuffing this one off and say, okay, yes, we received it for information.
So you're requesting that.
I would like to have a letter sent back to the Village of White Sands that we request a meeting with them pertaining to ICFs up there, which they've always been putting off on.
Mr. Chairman, through to administration, where are you at on that? What's your schedule? Among the other million other things that you have.
We did send a letter last year, I think, Nikki, to the Summer Village of White Sands requesting a meeting to discuss road maintenance. We have not heard back from them. We have received this letter. We don't have anything new right now to report on our lagoons. Red Willow is still shut down. We're working on trying to get it back up, but it will probably be closed the rest of this year till we get the issue of the wetlands sorted out. And Botha and Gadsby are also basically closed until we get those situations rectified also. So we could send another letter asking to speak about both again, if that's what you want us to do. It's
I
totally
don't know
up
if
to
we need to speak about both. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. But I think I'm with Mr. Gender on this, that it needs to be a total discussion. This piecemealing of taking one-offs and dealing with it has gotten us less than nowhere. I think we need to have a total discussion about the collaboration and where we're going to go forward from this. Again, I get back to not my monkey, not my circus. And there's another word for what we're dealing with here, but not my lagoon, not my stuff. It's their responsibility to, these small municipalities continually ask us to do their bidding for them. And I am, for one, I'm tired. I'm looking after the county of Stettler residents. I'm sorry. The days of us taking care of everybody else are done. You want a lagoon? Go make a $8 million application and find some land and plunk it down and do all the grant funding and all the other stuff that we have done for the last 50 years.
Councilor Gender and then Councilor Stevens.
I'm just wondering also in this letter whether we could request some, like, our head of public works, Mr. Green, that he put together on what the maintenance has been, say, like on the roads, the main 3 contributaries to the road, to White Sands, on what it is actually costing the county, so that we can kind of look at the cost share on that.
So for White Sands, that would be 40-4 and 20-4 and 40-2, I guess, coming off of 835. Those 3 roads are those ones you're thinking about?
So one from the south, one from 56, then also from 835.
Is there a road that goes from 601 right into White Sands?
No, he's saying that we're planning it.
Oh,
It's, if you drive along 601, it has a sign on the highway that says White Sands.
It's 4 miles
Goes,
north and mile west.
up 835 to 40-2.
I'd have to,
No, it's right off of 601.
north of 601 and then 2 miles over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Take that sign down.
Go ahead.
I'm actually in favor of Councilor Gender's proposal that we make it a more wholesome ICF discussion and get this on the table. Yes, I understand that our responsibility is for our residents. Is there an opportunity for some sharing? And I'm from the area, my ward uses these lagoons extensively, and to ask my ratepayers to subsidize lagoons for the villages, I can understand that no one wants to see that. They didn't contribute earlier, but is there an opportunity where, okay, you didn't contribute up front, is there a fee for service on the back end to make it fair? I mean, this is a conversation that I think we can have. If it might be more fruitful if we can sit down and have that discussion with them, because perhaps there is some efficiencies to be found with a joint effort. So I'm in favor of requesting a meeting for an ICF discussion.
Rick?
Yep, we could probably go back and check the records, but when this idea of a conversation came up regarding cost sharing on the roads, we did an analysis at that time to increase our grader maintenance up there, and I believe those costs were set up at that time. It was about 2 years ago. So we've already had some of that stuff put together. I'm not sure if those conversations happened with the Summer Village, but it's definitely something that should be in the records already that we've already estimated.
Councilor Grover, do you have anything to add?
No, I think it's time they started looking after their own sewage and and kicking in on the roads too.
Okay. Well, that was a motion you had on the table. Okay, any other?
So can I just, Mr. Chairman, can we make the motion clear for administration that we would like to have administration reach out to the village of White Sands to enter into an ICF agreement to include and not limited to the two items, one being roads and two being lagoons. What other items would we put in that letter?
Well, we have an active ICF with the Summer Village of White Sands, right? What we're asking for is to have a discussion on these two items that are included in the ICF.
When was that ICF done? Huh?
2 years ago.
Yeah, but the ICF, remember, it is a framework. That's the F in the ICF. So it dictates how we come into additional agreements. It doesn't actually include those additional agreements.
So this would be an ICF discussion with inside that. So it is a framework to, okay.
You're okay with that, Marlene?
Roads and lagoon access.
So enter into an ICF agreement or ICF discussion about those two particular items.
Sounds good. You bet. Please, thank you. Okay, we're good. Question on the table, all in favor? Counselor Grover? Counselor Grover?
In favor?
Okay, carried. Hey, 10 bylaws, 10.1 bylaws, 1671-21 Buffalo Sound Special Tax Levy for first, second, and third reading, page 86 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We went over it with you at the committee of the whole. Andrew, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, just that this now proposes to set a rate equal to what Connected Lots will pay for base services, which is $44 a month or $528 a year.
Counselor, okay,
I'll move to give first reading.
okay. Questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Carried. Counselor Stillberg?
I'll move second reading.
Questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Carried. Counselor Nyberg?
I'm in favor.
Okay. You'll move us to third. Counselor Stevens? Okay. Questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Counselor Nyberg, you'll take us to third, or
I'll take us to third.
give us third reading? Questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Carried. 10.2 bylaw 1672-21 Buffalo View Special Tax Levy for first, second, and third reading, page 88 of the package.
This is basically the same bylaw, only for the Buffalo View Estates.
Exactly.
Counselor Nyberg,
I'll give you first reading.
questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Carried. Counselor Gender?
Second reading?
Second reading.
Counselor Gender, thank you. Question, concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Counselor McKay?
I'll move to take it into third reading.
Okay. Questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor?
Carried. And Council Stolberg?
I'll move third reading.
Is there any questions or concerns in third reading? All in favor?
Favor?
Carried. Okay, 10.3. Bylaw 1677-22, land use bylaw amendment. Data processing for second and third reading, page 90 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, this one will have to wait until
Oh,
after.
we have that, okay. Pardon me, thank you. Oversight by me. That's at 1 o'clock. After 1 p.m. Sorry about that. 10.5.
Bylaw.
Or no?
Before we did already.
We did 10.4 as part of our budget.
Oh, right. There you go.
Our budget. 10.5 bylaw 1680-22, water, wastewater bylaw for first, second, and third reading. Page 101 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, you worked hard on this.
Yeah, so there's 3 changes proposed in this bylaw. Firstly, amending the flat rates to match what you just did in the special tax levy bylaw. So if you're connected to water, there's a flat rate of $22 a month to offset capital and maintenance concerns. And for sewer, that same logic applies, but at a $20 per month rate. These are each $2 increases from the previous amounts. Secondly, we've added clarification so that in the hamlets, similar to how we charge at the lakes, that these rates, these flat rates continue to be charged even when a resident disconnects their property seasonally, as the cost of maintaining the capital remains. We've had some sort of gray areas around that in the past, and we wanted to make sure that that was firmed up. And then lastly, in all of the hamlets and multi-lot subdivisions except for Erskine, we've actually lacked a initial connection fee. And so we're proposing to add one at $600, which covers the cost of purchasing a new meter. So if you're a first-time connection to the system in, say, Gadsby, then there would be a $600 fee to offset the meter. And then, of course, connecting to the system with your plumber is at your cost. And that summarizes the changes, and you can see them marked up throughout the bylaw, primarily in the Schedule A.
Staff recommendation.
That's, this is a bylaw, Dave, so Councilor Martin, do you want to take it first reading? Do you have a question?
I think it's the first reading here.
Okay, we have a question from Councilor.
So I just noticed that there's a difference in their Hamlet of Erskine, and what is the difference?
So the Hamlet of Erskine has always had a flat rate established, and it was based on a very complicated formula derived by Councillor Joe Gender, or suggested by Councillor Joe Gender, which was the approximate rate. So we had a bunch of grant funding for it, and then there was a county portion. And so it was basically the county portion divided by the lots in the area. And if you had signed up in the first, I believe it ended up being 2 years, you paid for just the water meter, similar to what we're proposing now. But basically that $5,700 that you would pay to connect in Erskine is there to recoup the cost that we spent putting that capital into the ground.
But their monthly fee is the same.
Right. For the continued maintenance and operation of that capital.
Answer that question. That was great.
I think originally if Erskine had signed up and initially hooked up, or even signed up to hook up, it was 300 or 350.
$350. Yeah, it was actually cheaper than a water meter, so it was an incentivized rate.
And this actually, if our new lots that are there are all, it's already in part of the fee that, like, so if you bought a lot in Erskine for 20, what did we put it at, 25 or 28,000, whatever it is, that would be included in this, your lot fee, right? Your lot purchase.
Right, we just hook them up.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Just for viewers that are looking in and looking, they're gonna be looking at, okay, the rates have been increased. So how long have we had this initial in?
Long time.
Erskine's the only one that's actually had an initial connection fee. The other hamlets have actually lacked it. So the county taxes have been subsidizing the meters that we have to pay to put in if somebody new comes into a hamlet. It wasn't really a big issue because we didn't have a lot of hamlets and multi-lot subdivisions that had water until Botha and Gadsby dissolved. And then we get the occasional ask for a new connection there. And I've had staff come to me a number of times saying, well, what do we charge? And look through the bylaw and it's, well, I guess it's $50 is the best we can do. And we're losing money on that.
Like with the current 20, I just want to know, like, how long has that been back?
That
Disregarding inflation or the other.
at least 4 years, at least 2017, I think is possibly the last time it changed, but
And before that, it was 18, I think.
yeah. Yeah, it's not changed, it's not kept up with inflation for sure.
That's a question, like if we're ever gonna be questioned on it, it's gonna be, okay, why are we doing that? Thank you.
Councilor Grover taking us to first reading. Is there any other questions, concerns? Okay, all in favor?
Favor.
Councilor Stillberg,
I'll move second reading.
questions, concerns? All in favor?
Favor.
Go to third reading.
Take us to third reading. All in favor?
Favor.
Okay, carried.
I'll give you third reading.
Okay, Counselor Nyberg, third reading, all in favor?
Favor.
Carried. Okay. 10, reports, Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 119 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyone got any questions?
Any questions on it? Mr. Gender?
I guess I'm on the reclamation certificates, getting me more of a burr every time the county rates a check for land that has not been passed by the environment. I guess it's on page 120.
Yes, we actually met with Alberta Environment with this topic coming up 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we had that's why we put in, such an explanation on why we were up there. We actually had a good meeting with Alberta Environment. We were able to meet with the minister for half an hour, then he got called away to vote. And we were able to meet with the rest of the department for an additional half an hour.
Yeah, regarding the reclamation certificates, I do feel that was one of the ones that had the most traction with the minister. He was immediately looking for solutions from his staff to move it to a model more similar to the AER, which we advocated for, where a private consultant could come in and give you a reclamation certificate. It would require legislative change, which would mean the earliest that we could see that happen would be the fall.
And we also highlighted the pain that we've been paying one landowner over 20 years for reclamation that we can't get a certificate on.
20 years and how many dollars a year?
2,500.
Plus, I guess we did have the contact information of who to directly send it to, which was deputy.
It was the deputy minister.
Associate Deputy Minister, so we got the year of so the rest of the information in our bits will be going.
Right, and we did highlight that we've been so close before, probably 98% in compliance and 2% out, because in the summertime, you run out of water, so you cut the fence so your cattle can water. The landowner does, because if you need water, there's always water in a gravel pit. And we couldn't get the established grass that we needed. Why can't you approve it at 98% and then come out and look at the other 2% to see that we've got it established? But we gave them lots of different scenarios. They seemed very interested in trying to work with us.
Yeah, it was a very good meeting, and I think, as Yvette had said, the minister was quite keen to do something on this one. He even thought he'd have his red tape reduction people look at it to see if there's ways to expedite getting these reclamation certificates, and they urged us to send all the ones in so they could see the impact it was having on the county. We also spoke on the Bellevue Pond issue, and this one seems slightly more complicated because it's likely to involve more departments and divisions within government. So it won't be as a quick fix, I don't think, as the reclamation one was. And on the Buffalo Lake mooring policy, the seasonal docks, that one, the minister actually wasn't present for the discussion, but we did definitely he had a lot of support staff there, and we definitely outlined it, I think, fairly well. And although they couldn't make no comments or commitments, I think they do have the information to work with on that one.
Councilor Schroeder, Councilor Gender.
I guess kind of the burr under my saddle is, okay, when I come on to council here, it's already about 12, 14 years being this one. Runs out of water, we open up the gates for them, then they can't pass it because we've got a cow path going towards it. I guess it's kind of a sore spot with me on her.
Okay. Councilor Stevens.
Question about work at the Stettler Ag Society. Are they done with our services? Are they requesting more? I guess just a brief update on that, if you don't mind.
I can give you a hand with that if you like. So as expected, the job changed quite a bit from what they originally asked for. So far, I think we've got about 4 days worth of tractor and disc on the site, was breaking everything up for them. And they had a dozer up there from another source pushing things around. Starting on Friday last week and ending yesterday, we put trucks on to haul sand up to them that they supplied elsewhere. So we got involved in the haul and helped them pull onto the site. And that's about it so far.
Okay, and we approved this with a tentative budget. We're still in line there?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
It's looking, I pulled in yesterday and it looks really, it's looking really well. Counselor Jenner?
So they were able to find some horse people sand? Seems like they're very picky on that.
I didn't ask the question because it wasn't my psycho circus or my monkey.
I don't think that's even a question, actually. Of course they did.
I think you might be a lot safer making senior jokes than making fun of horse people. That's a volatile comment.
Just gonna say that.
No other questions? No other questions?
Just to make if I may, just wanted to give you a report because this just happened as well. The arm reclaimer and the mulcher for the grader are being installed this week. So we should have that stuff moving here fairly soon. It's pretty aggressive looking stuff when it's brand new and shiny.
And the skid steer arrived. The skid steer arrived yesterday. Pretty nice.
Long overdue.
And your training for your, on the graders?
Yep, we have trained 2 fellows. Dan is using what he learned there to start working with all the other operators. And we had Will in your area take a week of training as well. And that's all we were able to get this year, and that's all we budgeted for. So it looks like a pretty good success so far. Will bought in pretty good after the first couple of days, and Dan was quite amazed as well at just the difference in thinking. So I think we're going to see some improvements going forward. One of the main things that came out of that was talking to Dan, we're going to hold everybody accountable to no more crown blades. I've given them a tolerance of 5 millimeters. And we're also moving everything to 4-foot blades instead of 2 5s and a 6 or whatever it was at before, so they couldn't swap them around. So we're undoing a lot of the old habits and trying to get things so we can balance them across the grader more often and keep straight blades in roads.
Have you booked for next year?
Not yet, no.
I'd hate for him to be booked up if you feel this is a valuable product, I'm willing to put money into training.
Okay, any other questions on the report?
Yeah, I got one.
Jacob?
Actually, my road looks like it used to when I was a kid. They pull the sides in the spring and put crown on the road and they deal with a little bit of grass that's growing now. Most of it's dead from last year and it blew off the road in the last windstorm and it looks pretty good.
Good. Spielberg?
I'll move the chief administrative officer's report be received for information.
Any other, is there no other questions?
Just on the payment, that's yet to come.
I think it's in this part right now.
It's in financials, it'd be in accounts payable registered.
I've got a,
Yeah, no, we've got a motion on the table to approve the report, so.
But now's the time, actually, we should approve it and then have the questions asked.
Ask the questions, Counselor.
just on the payment questions of where I just noticed that there was some payments made out to our lawyers, Brownlee, of one amount is 13,000, just over it, or 15,000. The other is just slightly, just under $40,000. Just kind of wondering like what these are going to be allocated to, or for what.
Do you have that handy? Yeah, I can just look it up. Or if you've got it handy, go ahead.
I don't, sorry. Trying to multitask.
While we're looking, did you guys see the pictures of the sort of Tower Road construction in the report here? We'll be hopefully visiting that in your tour next week, so I'm putting a bit of pressure to get more completion work up there before we get up there with the tour, but we're,
Supposed to be completed.
I've gotten a lot of funny looks when I stop at the intersection and look at it with the staff.
and just so you know as well, while she's looking things up, I did a walkthrough on the pathway up at Buffalo View Estates as well. And I went up to meet a landowner over his basement excavation and whatnot. So we went into the mulcher shortly after my walkthrough because it wasn't quite where we wanted it to be. So we're going a little harder at cleaning up all the scrub brush and whatnot. So just had to see it first before we pulled the trigger on that.
Okay, so, the first amount, the 15,157.61, sort of the stop work order for the Crawford pit and the cap levy enforcement. That's on 2 gravel haulers. And the next one for 39,703 is tax recovery. This is mostly to do with our partnership with Woodland County and the Trident Explorations. And then the cap levy review on, we still have 2 gravel companies that have not complied. The stop work order on Crawford, the cap levy enforcement, and the appeal of the injunction.
So, Mr. Chairman, that stop work order, that money will be charged back to the property, is that correct?
Yes.
So there's no, should be no cost to the
In and out.
county of Stettler.
I guess like I just look at these bills that are coming in. I thought this was all kind of put behind us, and every darn time you come in, there's another bill. You need to have explanation, knowing on where they're going to come, whether we can recover them.
Okay, so we have the Chief Administrator's Officer report. Is there any other questions on the accounts payable report? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Favor.
Carried. Okay, we've got 11.2.2 in financial bank reconciliation. Page 172, 11.2.3 reserves, 173, 11.2.4 year-to-date budget, 174. Any questions on those? Councilor Pender?
On page 174, okay, the council grants and donations. What? I guess there's quite a
Basically be a $300 allotment that each councilor has.
I guess I'm just looking at that we're so much over budget on that one, on
We've got a $5,000 budget. Right?
No, we've got a $2,100 budget. We spent $5,000.
I think we have some carryover from last year.
Yeah, that's possible. Or things
Or we
might
got
get.
something quoted in the wrong
Yeah,
spot.
sometimes when council actually approves something rather than the councilor utilizing their grant,
Yeah.
it'll end up in this fund until it gets journal entered out.
This year, there should be, I don't know how many have really been approved yet.
A couple.
A couple. So about like $700 worth, not.
Yeah, I think something's in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Check on that. Any other questions on that? Councilor Pender?
question. What is council special projects?
That would, if you wanted to do some, special training, we would, code it to that. If you wanted to sponsor something that was unique or unusual for a year, we would code it to that.
That's within council.
Those are all council decisions.
Also looking at page 181, you'll be under the expenses of
Okay, go ahead.
25210, fuel and oil for water distribution.
You gotta remember that we're always a couple months behind with the billing that we do for our data.
I was just kind of questioning, we're a third of the way through the year, and they're only at 5.15%.
The Hopefully they got a credit card. So I think it's.
I like the initiative of keeping costs down.
Yeah.
All these questions were submitted before the meeting.
I'll move them, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion on the table. All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. Counselor fee sheets, 186. Required not to be accepted for information from now on, but to be approved. Counselor.
This is actually on your fee sheet, Larry. I'm not really sure how you got into town on the agenda prep.
That one I called.
Called,
Yeah,
okay.
call
I know you've got walking shoes, but I'll agree with them.
You approve them?
Yes, please.
Any other questions? All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. Council committee reports. We have one for the Town and Country Airport, Stettler Community Support Center, Stettler and District FCSS, County of Stettler Housing Authority, and Stettler Public Library Board. Is there any updates or questions to any of those reports?
I'll move that we accept them for information, because I didn't see or have any question.
Any other questions? Is there any questions? If not, we have a motion on the table. All in favor?
Favor.
Carried. Okay, consent agenda items. Is there any of those that we have to pull out and discuss individually? Any specific questions to any of them? Council General?
Send for information.
Seeing no questions, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Favor.
Carried. Okay,
We're a little bit ahead, Mr. Chairman, but I would think that we could take a recess
for lunch. All in favor? Carried. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. And the first order of business is we will now declare the public hearing open as of 1 p.m. I would ask that administration read into the record the counselors and staff attending the meeting. Members of the public may make submissions. Making submissions will be asked to introduce themselves at the time of the submission.
So, myself, Andrew Burchak, Director of Municipal Services, Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services, Marlene Hanson, Executive Assistant, Rick Green, Director of Operations, Yvette Cassidy, Chief Administrative Officer, Ernie Gender, Councilor with Stetler, Paul McKay, Councilor with Donalda Red Willow, Larry Clark, Reeve Chairman, Justin Stevens, Councilor for Erskine Buffalo Lake, Les Silber, Councilor for Bymore Indian, James Nyberg, Councilor for Erskine South Warden, and Nikki Thorstensen, our Director of Communications. Mr. Grover is not yet back on the line, but I anticipate he will be shortly. It looked like he was connected and had some problems connected.
Okay, thank you. I will now ask the administration to read the nature of the proposed amendment into the record. That's Nikki.
As advertised in the Stetler Independent and on our website, April 28th and May 5th, the public notice to amendment to land use bylaw number 1443-10, bylaw 1677-22. The County of Stetler is given first reading to bylaw 1677-22 at their April 13th, 2022 meeting. The bylaw is now being advertised and posted for public review. Bylaw 1677-22 proposes the following amendments to various sections of the land use bylaw 1443-10 as amended. Amend section 8 of the land use bylaw. Amend part 6 general land use regulations by adding section 55A data processing center. By amending section 92 agricultural district A, by amending section 94 commercial district C, by amending section 105 industrial district L. Copies of the proposed bylaw and the land use bylaw were available on the county website. A public hearing for bylaw 1677-22 has been scheduled for Wednesday, May 11th, 2022 at 1:00 p.m. or soon thereafter. Instructions were provided in the advertisement for providing their feedback on the bylaw and for attending the public hearing today. The public hearing will be chaired by the Reeve. Persons wishing to join in by Zoom are asked to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations in person, via Zoom, or via teleconference at the hearing, regardless of whether or not they have provided written comments prior to today's hearing. Comments on the bylaw could be submitted prior to the hearing up until May 10th, 2022. And the forwarding address on that was Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services, County of Stetler, number 6.
Thank you, Nikki. The rules of conduct for this public hearing shall be as follows. Written submissions shall be tabled first and read into the record. Verbal submissions shall be considered second. To present verbally, please call into the meeting. The instructions for doing so can be found on the cover page of the agenda package and on screen now or on our YouTube broadcast. Verbal submissions shall be limited to 5 minutes each. Councilors may ask questions of the speaker after each presentation for clarification purposes. There shall be no debate between participants through the public hearing, and any questions from the floor shall be addressed through the chair. I will now call for any written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw. Jacinta?
We have not received any to date.
Okay. I will now call for any written submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
We have not received any. We do have one caller on the line.
And then that's for,
I'm not sure if in favor or oppose.
well, we'll ask if we have one caller on the line for verbal submissions in support or in support of the proposed bylaw or in opposition to the proposed bylaw, they can tell us when we.
Yeah.
I'm fully caller, I guess, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm John Shadzinski with Rox Energy Operations, and I have spoken to, just sent to me before, well, at least by email, and I was more calling in just to get a feel for what others in the area were thinking, and I'm surprised nobody else called in. The one point I had, when you mentioned getting a letter from the AUC or like to have no objection from the AUC on proposed Bitcoin mining on power generation. The one point I would make is that the AUC doesn't really care as much as anything that's under 1 megawatt, whereas the 1 megawatt to 10 megawatt range, they might provide a letter, but sometimes those letters could take some time to get because if they meet the criteria of AUC, they may not necessarily want to spend much time regulating things that they're already happy with. But under 1 megawatt, they don't care too much. But over 10 megawatts, that's a big deal, definitely. There was proper AUC applications and stuff required. So that's just the comments I have on that part of the proposed bylaw.
Okay. Thank you, John. Are there any questions back to John from council? Seeing none. I will
And for point of view, Rox Energy Operations just has the one site, which is less than 1 megawatt, just south of Stettler Township, 37, range 19, west of Fort.
Okay, thank you, John. I would now ask if our development officer has any presentation to give clarification to the public hearing.
No, I do.
Okay. Any other questions from council before we close? Seeing no submissions or questions, I will now declare the public portion of the public hearing closed at 1:07. Thank you. So now we will move to bylaw 1677-22 land use bylaw amendment, data processing for second and third reading.
Just for those following along, what page, Mr.?
That page would be page 90.
Ten point three and then
10.3 in the under bylaws. Page 90.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So bylaw 1677-22 would provide for the incorporation of a data processing center as a discretionary use in agricultural, commercial, and industrial land use districts of our bylaw. And the data processing center would also amend several sections to incorporate the various conditions that would be required for any application for a data processing center under section 55A under part 6 of the bylaw. And the definition of a data processing center is a building, dedicated space within a building or a group of buildings used to house computer systems and associated infrastructure and components for the digital transactions required for processing data. This includes but not limited to cryptocurrency, digital currency processing, non-fungible tokens, and blockchain transactions. So and then the sections that would be amended as described in our public hearing, sections 94, 92, 94, and 105 as well would be amended.
Councilor Edward?
Mr. Chairman, when I was going through this, I know we've talked about this, and I'm just wondering, do we want to allow this in our agricultural area? is this something that we could leave just to the industrial and commercial areas? What is administration's thought on that? Because typically what we would do in the situation of a new development, you would change that land use to become an industrial or a commercial entity versus having it there. I'm not so sure, and I'll be honest, then it now gets into that taxation situation of what is the property on and where it's at. With the agricultural land, I've got, 50 acres, and I'm going to plunk down a whole bunch of this data processing on agricultural land, which number one takes it out of the production, and number two then also allows it to be put just about anywhere. If we kept it to an industrial site or a commercial site, then it kind of gives us a little bit of a, I guess, more planning. What is administration's thought on it?
My first thought would be, those sites that are used for this purpose would need to be subdivided and redesignated to those districts. Currently, they are operating as part of the quarter section. There's no site, I mean, there are a few that have been subdivided, but the majority are located on farmland, so we would have to rezone and then redesignate it. That's just the process that would be required.
And excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I was understanding that these were on typically well sites.
Yeah, but.
And the well site is considered to be ag land?
It's still part of that same zoning. There's no special designation for the operation of the oil.
Oh, I see, okay. Well, that makes sense then.
Yeah, that answered that.
Yeah, no, that's why we did it. That makes sense. I was understanding that the oil field sites were zoned differently, but.
Any other questions?
I'll give you a first reading for that. Second reading, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second reading. All in favor?
In favor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor River. Carried. Third reading. Councilor Gender.
Go to third, or can you go
Directly third. Okay, to third reading. All in favor?
Favor.
Carried. Passed. Okay, John? He's off there now?
Yeah, John left right after the public portion.
Mr. Chairman, I think that was, when we had the discussion, the idea behind was, that was just one of our stakeholders that are part of, just like we send it out to, if you do a subdivision, we send it out to the ATCO, we send it out to the highways, we send it out to whoever might be part of a stakeholder group that would be part of the government in there. So, okay.
Okay, our next item would be your delegations. We have any cameras, but I don't think we have enough time to go into camera.
Both of our in-camera items have to do with our delegation. Even if we had time,
You would suggest that we did not do that?
yeah.
Okay. So, I'd say around one for the one.
We do have another in camera, I think. Do we not have it? An added addition.
Oh, that's true. There was, 13.3 was added, which is not linked to a delegation.
Don't see that.
Can we do that in 15 minutes?
Okay. Somebody move to Councilor McKay.
And for this one, I'm opposed to going into camera, just so that for the record.
All in favor? Councilor.
Favor.
Councilor Lambert opposed.
I'm in favor of coming out of camera.
And we can, Ernie, you can make a request that we have pipe, the maps show up in a week or whatever Stan Deck can do, and we can look at them also then. Hello. Sorry for getting you to leave this morning and holding you up this afternoon.
It was a learning for me. I just wanted when it's the meeting.
No problem.
Yeah, I just thought you were gonna speak.
I seen you.
No, see you this morning.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
The first thing we'll do is we'll just do introductions. So start back at you, Marlene.
Fred Green, Director of Operations.
Ernie Gender, afternoon.
Larry Clark, good afternoon.
Dave Grover.
Dave coming over the airwaves.
You know it there.
Justin Stevens, hello.
Afternoon, Les Stulberg.
James Stiver, Hurston South Warren Council.
Communications.
Commissioner Director of Municipal Services.
Okay, thank you. I'm Tracy
Volker, I'm with ATCO, and with me is Shaw Abdul. He's my supervisor. And I just thank you guys for letting us come and present to you. Now, improving the lighting quality in Erskine.
Oh, there it goes.
So, as you all know, Erskine's a small community in the county of Stettler. With its large lots, it provides a feeling of being out of town while enjoying the benefits of still being a small hamlet. At the request of the county, we have put together a project to add some new light poles in the town. It is proposed to convert the existing lights in these areas to LED. Okay, so project 1072320 has been designed in 3 phases, areas 1, 2, and 3, with 2 options as invested and non-invested. Now, area 1 is actually the Lake Road. Area 2 is going to be for Alberta Ave and Prospect Ave. And Alberta 3 is for Taylor Street and Crescent, Volker Crescent, and a portion of Prospect. Currently, ATCO we have 60 streetlights in the village or in the hamlet. And can you guys see the drawing on there? So this is a preliminary drawing of the map of the overall project broken down into area 1, like I said, Lake Road, area 2, a portion of Prospect Ave and Alberta Ave. Area 3 is the remainder of Prospect Ave, Taylor Street, and Volker Crescent. In this drawing, the arrows point in the direction the lights will aim, and the poles with 2 arrows represent double heads. The project will be completed on an actual cost basis, meaning if we come in under the estimate, we refund the difference. Likewise, if the project comes in over the estimated cost, we will invoice the difference. Next slide will show the lighting in the dark. So this is a bird's eye view.
The rendering assumes no trees or shadows. It's just a simulation of what it may look like. And next, we're going to take a walk along Prospect Ave. Alrighty.
How would I make this run? Is that actually a video?
Okay, as we go along, that way was Maple Crescent. And this will be a bit of a dark spot. That there is Cray. Then we've got McNabb. Here is Main Street. That's Park Street North. That is Taylor Street, and up ahead is the Bulker Crescent. So you can see as we're going along through that presentation that there are some darker spots between the lights. But it's pretty close. It's much better than what we have right now.
How do I move on? Okay.
So, as I said before, the project has been broken down into 3 phases if you choose to do it over 3 years as opposed to doing it all at once. And this, what you can see up here is Area 1, Lake Road. And we propose to add 9 new LEDs, 2 new poles, and replace 9 HPS lights with LEDs as well. The estimated actual cost for the invested option is $37,595, less ATCO's available investment, which is $24,237. So a customer contribution of $13,358 plus GSTs for a total cost of $14,026.
Excuse me. Quick question. You have in here the cost to convert the existing HPS to LED. And I'm well aware that if an HPS bulb burns out, you can't even get a replacement. You have to convert it at that point. So it's coming at some point. Is it possible to move forward? Like what sort of lifespan we get out of these lights? I mean, if we have the potential for another 4 or 5 years before we have to convert them, is it possible to leave the existing and then just upgrade the new ones?
Yeah, it's possible to do that way. We put the proposal together because when you put a project out there, we're aiming for the best scenario. Yeah.
No, understood. I just, it has to be asked if there's some life left in some of this infrastructure that we can utilize.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we kind of, like at the end of the proposal, we'll show you what it would be like. The cost would be about $21,000 less than the full overall cost.
If we keep the HPSs as it is?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the same area, but instead of being invested, this would be the non-invested. It didn't change.
Tracy, could you just give us a quick invested versus non-invested? I'm not sure if everybody knows what the deal is with that.
Yeah, so invested lights, ATCO puts an investment towards the cost of the lights, and then we take over the full maintenance of the lights. The wires charges are more than what you pay when it's a non-invested light.
It's roughly about $15 extra per light per month.
Yeah, roughly. And we also, as an invested light, we take over the end of life replacement. Okay.
The biggest, sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
The biggest the difference comes into.
If you could just speak into the mic because we have people low.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The biggest difference that comes for invested and uninvested is if the light gets damaged, end of life, somebody hits it, whatever the situation is, ATCO covers the cost for the maintenance of it. We do not come back to the county or the municipality saying that, hey, somebody hit the light, we need to fix it immediately. It doesn't happen that often, but it does happen once in a while. And sometimes we come to a situation where we come across unexpected, unplanned cost that we have to get it done. And that's where you don't get the heads up that it will happen. It just, and the other thing is we do on a 9-year, 10-year cycle, depending on the scenario, is test and treat program. So if that whole David light needs to be changed because it failed the testing, in that case, ATCO will bear that cost because it's already invested. If it is non-invested, then it will come to the county saying that in those cases, you do get upfront notification that it's a planned program, it's a planned testing, like it failed the testing. In that case, you'll get time. Most of the time it happens in the following year. So the county has the time to decide or plan for that dollars. But in those cases, it has to pay. But if it is invested, ATCO bears the cost as long as the light is there.
Okay, so what we have up here right now is area 1, the cost of it if you can remain on a non-invested. So the actual cost to the customer would be $39,475. Okay, this is area 2. This is Prospect Ave and Alberta Ave. Here we're proposing to add 8 new 35-watt LEDs, 3 of them on new poles, and replace 11 HPS lights. And again, this is the invested cost. So the original cost is $38,479. Customer contribution would be $13,000. I'm sorry, that's ATCO contribution would be $13,315, and the cost to the customer is $17,778. Does anybody have any questions about the layout? Where the new poles are going?
Just for council's information, Justin and I and Rick and Yvette, who else was there? Anything. We went through and we had a number of people ask us or request for a few polls, and it turned into, okay, well, let's look at it as a holistic point, see where Tracy went back and looked at where there possibly could be lights and where the wires tied in and where there were existing poles to make it work without requests.
And one other point, the areas that were stressed as the most important is when we added some pathways, crosswalks, etc. in the area, it kind of funneled a lot of the pedestrian traffic along these 2 roads to get to and from school as busiest. And that was kind of the biggest stress point was safety for the amount of pedestrians. The second consideration that I've had people reach out to me for is the rural crime and the effects that lighting would have on that. So.
So I'm going to move on to the next.
On that number 5 up towards the right-hand corner, you've got a new pole, then an existing pole, just across the street, looks like from one another.
Number 5 in. Okay.
So you take a look at the direction that the areas or the little arrows are aiming. One is actually shining onto Main Street, and the other will be shining onto Prospect Ave to add some more lighting along Prospect.
Okay. Thank you.
Rod, would like to add?
So whenever it comes to lighting design, most of the time, the biggest information that we have seen from our past experience is the intersections are always the critical point when it comes down to lighting, because you have traffic flowing from 4 different directions. So that's where it is like you'll always see that on the intersections, we have more lights in place.
And that's typically where the kids are crossing. Justin mentioned that earlier, that particular spot is where the kids are crossing.
The school's just right up in the north of the east.
Yeah. Just.
Now, this is a little bit further west than where the school is.
How do I go back?
The bottom one.
Okay, this is just a price for the non-invested for area 2, and it would be $40,000, 412. Okay, so Taylor Street, Volker Crescent area. Now, this is where you can kind of see where the kids will cross to go to the school, another place where the kids cross to go to the school. But it would be right at the top there where we've added a new light. Okay, so the original cost of this area here, where we're proposing to add 9 new lights onto poles and 6 new poles and replace 7 lights, the estimated actual cost is $40,316, less ATCO's available investment of $24,237. So the customer contribution is $16,079. Now, where you see the 3 poles that were added, the poles that we're adding are the bright red ones. That is right along Taylor Street, because we know that there's a very dark area by the curling rink. And then the next to the right is Volker Crescent, where again, there's quite a large dark area. Okay, this is the non-invested option where altogether with the GST, the cost to the county will be $42,332. So that kind of gets us to the end of the proposal. Okay.
Currently, by 2023, if I read that right, what do you call them, the high pressure sodiums are done?
Yeah.
So if that goes down, what would it be replaced with? LED?
LED, yeah.
At our cost right now.
At your cost.
And one light is how much?
About $784.
And yeah, at that point, if it needed a new pole, we put a new pole, or you would put it, we would pay for it.
Yeah, yeah, as long as it's on the non-invested, you guys pay for it.
And what would that cost?
Well, actually, there is a proposal out for the county for the Erskine. The test and treat was a year ago. We just gotten the proposal. It truly is about $6,000 to replace a wooden pole. So the davits, the steel davits are considerably more. Not that you guys have a lot of those in Erskine, but they are.
There are a number of them.
Yeah. Okay, in summary, if all areas are combined, we're going to add 26 new streetlight heads. 11 of these will be on new poles. And we'll change 2,700 watt HPS heads for the 35 watt LED. So that's where we got the number of 21,000 is we assumed that we would be doing it as $784 a head. and just multiplied it by 27. We'd have to rework the entire proposal, but that's not a problem if you wish to go that way. Okay, this completed on one project or in 3 phases broken down into areas 1, 2, and 3. So invested, the entire cost is $116,388, and less the ATCO investment of $70,018. The customer contribution plus GST is $48,689. Oh, I need to learn patience. Okay, so the original cost, if it's non-invested, the original cost stays the same. The customer contribution plus GST is going to be $122,000, $208.36. And that wraps up what we have for the
From an invested versus non-invested, I know it's not on the slide, one of the slides, but the monthly operating costs figure, like you said, of the, if it was the one where ATCO was investing more, it'd be about another $15 a month per light charge.
per light per month.
Per light per month, yeah. But so on a monthly basis, is there any rough number that
Okay, so.
our bill for lights would do?
Yeah, I kind of put together a little bit here. So if it's proposed as accepted and you've changed the LED heads as well, and you go invested, the extra charge for the new lights would be $1,012. And then the LED heads are going to be $397 extra, so $1,400. Now, if you do stay non-invested, the new lights are going to cost.
And that's on a per year basis?
That's a monthly.
Oh, for all of them together. I was just thinking one, yeah.
So if you stay non-invested, the lights, actually the new lights, it would cost $563.
So about half, not quite half.
Yeah, roughly. And then the savings on the 100 watts, if they've switched over to 35 watt LED, you're going to pay less wires charges because there's less consumption on those lights. And that'll be actually a savings of $68. So altogether, it would be $498.
So there is some savings going to the LED.
Yeah, yes, there is.
Not quite $15 a month, but it is. It's.
If you stay non-invested, there is a savings. If you go to invested, then the invested portion is higher than what you're saving on being an LED is.
But not by much.
Not by too much.
And hours, run life hours on the LEDs, is there?
Right now, our manufacturers are giving us about 20 years of warranty of them. So we are expecting that these things are gonna last for at least 25 years. The only thing with LEDs is anything goes wrong, if you change the head, you just cannot change the bulb. The whole thing has to come out. And so the maintenance cost does go higher on our end, but yeah.
One more question. So we have, throughout the county, we have a bit of a mix and match of invested and non-invested in various areas, correct?
Yeah, you do. I believe the Weimar and India are invested.
Okay. Is there, if it is the will of council, and I'm not certain that's the right decision, is there a way to standardize this across the county up to date, or is it once you decide you're non-invested or invested, that's it?
Well, as it is right now, you guys have chosen to have a couple of hamlets invested and leave the rest uninvested. So it's flexible however you want to do it.
I guess maybe I need to clarify. I think we need to have a broader policy discussion on whether that set monthly fee and set cost certainty is the direction we want to go, or do we want to have the lower monthly fees and roll the dice a bit on the maintenance side? And I guess that's a broader discussion for council, but whatever we decide is the best direction, if we decide one is better than the other, I don't particularly like the mix and match is their way to standardize.
Well, I think too, when we, like Botha and Gadsby and whatever future our villages hold, I think you will go as they come due. This one is a kind of an anomaly because 2023 is HPSs are gonna be done.
It's not to be done everywhere though. won't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's where it is, but I would think this is the time that you make the decision, and then as we go forward and as those come up, that's when we would make that decision. I don't know what Botha and Gadsby have, or I guess we know what.
Botha and Gadsby are both invested.
So Erskine is the
Do
only
they-
not invested.
Nevis is not invested.
They have one light. And sometimes it's red.
6 lights.
And Indiang and Weimar are invested.
Pardon?
Indiang and Weimar are invested. So Erskine and Nevis is basically where we're.
Yeah.
So I think that answers your question. We've gone down the invested routes.
So you're saying then in the Gatsby or Botha, as these other bulbs expire,
No, they actually took the invested, but they didn't swap to LED.
Okay.
So as their lights burn out, we'll just change them. Put the LED in on our diamond.
that's what the question was gonna ask, so, okay.
Nevis also had a pole change go through, and I believe there was one pole that failed. So if you're considering it now before we do the pole changes, it might be a good time. And we can put together a presentation for you so you can see the numbers.
On 6 lights, that's $90 a year.
That's a long ways to drive out there.
Nevis? It's not that far.
For if you're changing out a bulb for $90 a year, it's, I don't think you can afford to drive out there for $90 a year.
No.
Okay, is there any other questions?
Okay.
Appreciate you coming in, thank you.
But just so you guys know how it works, we'll talk about it and we'll let you know which direction we go. We don't typically do a presentation, or we don't make a decision right in front of you.
Absolutely. I do have a proposal written up to leave with you if you want to have it, just to peruse.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's, Mr. Chairman, what's administration's thought on that, Yvette?
I like the invested.
He's got to step up.
You know, you don't have any big surprises as years go on. Everything fails, we know that. Everything changes, we know that. You know, it was refreshing to hear that as lights in Gadsby and Weimar, or Gadsby and Botha burn out, they'll be changing the heads and the lights. We got one pole change in a one pole town, which is gonna cost us $6,000, right? When I was in Big Valley, we went from uninvested to invested, and it's much easier to budget. You have a pretty good idea of every year what your costs are gonna be, and the lack of maintenance.
It's a lot less upfront money too.
Is that the new phrase for a one-horse town, a one-pole town?
Hey, that's my old town. It's a 6-pole town, apparently.
We have streetlights in up at the lake and some of the subdivisions that we pay for and some of our yards and things like that. So, I mean, with municipalities, it's, well, I guess with anybody, it's nice that if you can run that even keel, like.
Constant, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I pay my insurance every month. I don't pay it once a year because I hate that gas, but, you know, and that way you never have a problem. This way, it kind of goes along the same. And it doesn't matter whether you're invested or uninvested, you're pretty well at the mercy of ATCO. They own them, they replace them. They're the only game in town. We're not gonna bring in somebody from Fort McMurray to replace our streetlights, right?
And I'm in favor of going to the LEDs. That's the
Yeah. Then there was the franchise piece. That's a different
That's
conversation.
a different conversation. You know, villages and towns rely on it heavy. It's another form of taxation, but we're not collecting the bill. The electric company is, and not too many ratepayers are gonna argue that they don't want to pay it.
I noticed on my gas bill, after you had mentioned that, I have it on my gas bill and it says for property tax.
Yeah.
For property that they own within our municipality. So I don't know.
That wouldn't be franchise fee, that's their literal property tax that they're showing on your bill.
They used to call it franchise.
No, and they've changed it now with the new Apex. They've changed it to franchise fee and drop property tax.
Yeah.
If you're paying all the property taxes.
Yeah.
What kind of dollar figure was on it?
Like, I don't know, 30 cents a bill or something. It was nothing, so I didn't.
Yeah, it's a very cheap way to contribute to the municipality's budget. But when you take, you know, 250 sites, and you know, maybe get $60 a year, right, it adds up.
Well, and my thought is that we could maybe start catching some of the oil field that have 2 or 3, you know, what do you call it, sites that are there, and some of the stuff that's, you know, you've got one site that's just sitting there not being utilized, but it's still got a pole or whatever. There's a tax that should be in there, right? Minimum tax on some of those properties is, we moved it up, but it didn't make a whole hill of beans in there.
Yeah. I mean, most rural municipalities don't do the franchise tax, but, you know, there's no saying that you can't.
Times have changed though. Most rural municipalities were flush with tax dollars, and less, the more and more we get downloaded on, we're gonna be in the same boat as everybody else.
You're just really gonna, I really believe that you're gonna have a larger, more requests for streetlights in, especially in our hamlets because of rural crime. And because they get built out and the streetlights weren't there before. Erskine, we're seeing it. We're definitely seeing it in Botha. Gatsby, I've already had 2 requests from there. As the lake area continues to build out, I think you'll see more requests for street lighting up there.
So, Mr. Chairman, do we want to discuss it here now, where we're going with this?
We have some time that we could discuss it, just get council's
Well, she was
opinion.
gonna say, did she leave us a proposal or is she going to?
There's a couple here. I'm in favor of the 3-phased approach that would get us to 2023, but I would do it in phase 2 being the first phase that we started, and then phase 1 and phase 3 or 3 and however, no set situation.
By the school?
So if you look at that map, the school on phase 2 will sit up on the top right-hand corner. So what it will be is that all the kids walking along there would get serviced light first, and then on the bottom corner where we had the request of some lighting for crime issues would be serviced. So that issue, the immediate issue that was first asked for, would be taken care of within the first phase of it. Now, whether that's done this year or next year, I'm not.
Yeah, after the work real fast.
No, that's what I'm saying. But do we pay after it's done or do we pay before it's done?
No, we usually pay up front.
But the GST is something that we don't have to.
No, we get that back.
And I looked at the, the other two of the other hamlets we talked about. Gadsby seems fairly well, lit. You're probably not gonna quite as lit as Erskine, but most of those people eat carrots at night too, so. But Bath, I'd have to take a drive through there, because it wouldn't be as near as many lights as this, but if we look at it holistically, there could be a few more lights in Bath that brighten up some areas. There's some really dark areas when you're walking. When I was walking around there last October, that one evening, you noticed there were some dark spots.
So would you see this event happening in 2023 then and paying in 22? Or would we be budgeting into 20?
I think we'd be budgeting in 23, but we have to sit down with Tracy.
The sooner we could get it put forward, I think we would be better. Mr. Stevens, just so you know, I just mentioned that I'm in favor of the invested portion, and then having, the only thing is in 1, 2, and 3 phases, but do phase 2 first, because it takes up that path, and it would, that immediate request we had for safety and for crime.
I think area 2 is the most highly utilized, so that makes sense. And I just, once again, the sticker shock, and I'm not sure if we have the budget for all of this year. It's just.
It's phased, I think. Makes sense to me.
I was just wondering, does it really pay to phase a $48,000 project or a $46,000 project over 3 years? When you factor in, the sooner you get on LED, I mean, that's a savings that way.
It isn't if we go, because we're paying 50.
You got your watch, you got your phone?
Yeah, I guess if we go invested, after it, but. It's me, it's fairly small, it's.
And I'm in favor of that. I just did, like you said, it's the sticker shock. Where do we come up in an unbudgeted, and unless we are doing it for 2023 and then we budget that $48,000 for 2023.
Likely happen that way anyway, by the time we get it.
Yeah, and could be, I don't know how quickly.
They can't get to.
We can get together with Tracy and figure it out. I've got to go over there, see it yet.
Right, I guess have administration bring it back with the non-invested and then go from there. Is everybody, I'll make that motion.
Non-invested?
Or the invested portion, sorry, yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion that we instruct administration to contact ATCO and look at, number 1, timeline, and number 2,
Moving to investment.
Yeah.
And, investing the Erskine Street line.
More phasing generally, I think.
yeah, phasing versus non-phasing. It might be easier for them too if they were to mobilize and just do it. I don't know what their mobilization costs would be if it's cheaper. How that
It would be for them, but it's the same cost as they quote for us.
We did say though, that if it was cheaper, we would get billed cheaper, and if it was more expensive, it would be more expensive.
That's right.
This really wasn't a quote, it was just an estimate.
Councilor Grover, do you have anything to say on that?
No, I think that thing is a better way to go. That's what Botha and Gadsby done.
Yeah, I believe Byron and Indiana are that way too, so.
I think they were, might be the best way.
We had a
That's
couple
about it.
guys hit poles in Limor, and we tried to get some money back on insurance, and anyway, we were invested, so I took care of it. And we kind of had a real run of poles burning out down there. You make a phone call, and that's pretty well lit.
So those 6 in Nevis, we use the ones in Erskine.
You could put them in a pile, you'd have enough lights to last for quite some
Forever over there, you betcha. They might not do that. I don't know how that works.
We have a motion on the table. All in favor?
Favor.
Carried.
Next delegation is at 2:30.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're here yet.
Oh, he's here?
Yeah, Elizabeth said he's in his car, so I can maybe go there.
Yeah.
Do you want to grab Shannon?
Oh, I think I'm in, Nikki. Come on in. Yeah, you betcha. Our last delegation was done a little bit early, so Yeah, we'll just do introductions and, so you know who you're talking to in the room, Ken.
Okay.
Marlene, starting with you.
Rick Green, Director of Operations.
That Cassidy, see you.
Ernie Gender, good afternoon.
Paul McKay, you know, the Red Oak Country.
Larry Clark.
Justin Stevens, hello.
Les Blueberg, Councilor Blind Ryan Ken.
James Nyberg, Counselor in South Warden.
Andrew Burchett, Director of Municipal Services.
And your name is on the list, but you might as well introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how everything went or whatever on the two properties or whatever.
Ken Duncan, correct?
Yeah.
Nikki Thorson and Sharon Larson. So, okay, you're wondering what happened with the properties? Well, we haven't.
Do we want this to be in camera?
Does it go into camera right now? Okay.
It certainly can. It's the negotiation of land, which bridges the county's negotiating position, so.
All in favor?
Favor.
Carried. We've got
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the offer from Mr. Duncan as presented. And if you can write that up and give it to powers that be. And,
I think the contingent on MPC approval.
yeah, and with the condition that, MPC approves any,
And then the
yeah,
2-week advertising.
yeah, and we have to,
You
below.
guys have no problem with me putting like a brand new base and I'm putting a house on top of it, right?
Yeah, no, you'll just check with the planning commission or the planning department. They'll tell you what you can, they'll tell you how far you can be apart and where you gotta put it and everything. They'll give you all, they got a package.
And if there is
I'm
any,
putting it so there ain't gonna be a neighbor too close to me. That's why, the reason I picked those two is because the playground's on one side and nobody can build that way. I'm gonna be kind of secluded there and I'm looking forward to that part actually.
And they'll just check, make sure there's no zoning issue.
Make sure there's no,
With MPC.
yeah, just check with the planning department.
I don't have dogs either, that's another thing. I won't put any pets on there or anything like that.
Marlene, does my motion make sense to you, what you have there? Yeah. Yeah. To accept the offer that was done. Yeah, yeah, okay.
we have a motion on the table, all in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Counselor McKay and Counselor Grover. Carried, so.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve.
Yeah, thank you.
We're in public, right?
Yeah.
Our lake, our lake delegation, are they around here?
I will check in the lobby to see if Julie's here. I believe Kyle's gonna come in by Zoom.
I don't see anyone. Geez, what a difference, $1,000.
Yeah. Are you guys wanting to just recess for a minute?
Yes, if they're not here, recess?
Yeah,
Counselor Stillberg recesses until 3.
Till 3.
Do you need introductions or do you know everybody in here?
I think I know everyone in here, yes.
Counselor Grover is on the phone through Zoom, so.
Okay. Well, everybody knows who I am. I'm Julie Rattan. Kyle Rugenkate is joining us today through technology from Calgary. We're here representing the Rochon Sands Heights Community Association. And we're here to make a proposal that we use some reserve funds to help build a playground in our community. So, oops, I got this upside down. Okay, so I think we're going to give you a little bit of background on the research we've done about the playground, the community support we have, and then I believe we're going in camera for the land and the proposal and the funding. So just a little bit of background. We've been talking off and on for a long time with the county admin team, Justin, our counselor, how a playground might fit in our community. Rochon Sands Heights currently has no public park, playground, or public gathering place in the community. And we don't have any land that's suitable for any of those purposes. So as you know, we did a community development plan. I think it was a couple of years back, but we did a survey in 2021 that showed a playground had the second highest ranking. Walking trails were number 1. And just on a side note, I was talking to Rick, the path along Bayview Street is an excellent addition to the community. I've had many, many calls and compliments on that. So I appreciate the work that's been done there. And I guess they're working right now on the Buffalo View Estates shoreline path. So the playground is our next project. And here it shows the community support, the results of our survey. Walking trails number 1 and a playground was our second choice, was the second request. This is just a map of the area. The green is showing the current MR and the red is the public utilities and access to the current boat launch. So our proposal today is to secure the initial funding, to purchase the land, complete any wetland assessments if they're necessary, and complete phase 1 of the park, which would include landscaping, fencing, a hard surface multi-sport surface, and a playground structure. Here's a photo of what we're proposing for phase 1. And you'll see the playground and the trees to the right is where we would put picnic tables and seating areas, and then the multi-court sport surface. That would be for basketball, pickleball, badminton, volleyball, tennis, ball, hockey, even kicking a soccer ball around. This is just an example of what that might look like. We certainly haven't got that far yet, but that's what we're kind of hoping for it to look like in the future. Phase 2, this is a drawing of a proposal that we would do in the second phase, and that would include Gaga Ball Octagon, pump track, off-leash dog parks, and most importantly to the right is a public gathering area and events and reunions or community potluck dinners we might have, those kind of things. We just currently don't have a spot for any of those type of gatherings. So.
Julie, just a question. Gaga Ball, Octagon, and pump track, what are those? I can field the one, the Gaga Ball. So I learned about this through my kids. Apparently this is all the craze for that elementary age. It's been added in multiple schools in our county. Myself and a group of other volunteers built the one at Stettler Elementary, actually 2 of them there. Bymore is in the process of
redoing the surface at theirs. Erskine is hoping to get one, and I believe Botha is hoping to as well. So it's really picking up steam. It's the kids' version of dodgeball, essentially. It's a octagon, we'll call it waist height. The ball is actually played at ground level. You're allowed to hit it once. If it hits another kid's legs or anywhere below the waist, then they're out, last man standing wins, sort of mentality. But, what?
Almost like dodgeball.
Yeah, so I asked the exact same question when my kids brought it up at Stetler Elementary, and I had no.
So then the pump track, then that,
Well, the pump track, I guess I got it, there's a lot of parks in Calgary getting these pump tracks, and they're for kids on bikes. Not motorbikes, but bicycles that you pedal. And it's kind of a track that goes like this, and you have to pump your way up. And they are so busy in Calgary. And the purpose of us including that was to try and target that age group, let's say 8 to 14, that kind of loiters a lot. And if it's rough on the lake or there's a stormy day, they really don't have much to do other than to sit on their phones in the cabins, right? So that was our trying to figure out something that might attract that age group. And you can see adults using the parks, and it's quite the rage these days, I guess. So, but that's phase 2.
Thank you.
So we're hoping that the reserve fund covers phase 1 only, and we would commit to getting some volunteer time and equipment too to help get this up and running. Phase 2, it would all be done through community volunteer time, equipment, community fundraising, donations. I was on a seminar with the person in the provincial government that handles this grant called the Community Facility Enhancement Program. And with that program, you must have 50% of the project completed, or at least cash sitting in your bank account. So this is our purpose in asking for phase 1, that we can meet the requirement to fund phase 2 through this Community Facility Enhancement Program. The park must have public access, and the specific purpose of this program is to fund sports, recreational skate parks, and playgrounds. So this is a perfect fit for what we're asking. And that's it until we talk about all the funding and the location and all of that. So going into camera. Any questions so far?
Mr. Chairman, I'll take us into camera.
all in favor? In favor, Dave?
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we instruct administration to explore a land purchase as discussed.
Okay, any questions? All in favor? Councilor Grover?
I guess, in favor.
Okay. Okay,
Money.
We did already land stuff. As soon as when we came out of camera, we did the land.
okay,
I thought we just saved it up.
No, Marlene, you got it.
No, since the lot purchases from us in Botha, we have made that motion.
Okay, yeah, so there's nothing else.
yeah, you betcha. Okay, so next meeting is Wednesday, June 8th, 2022.
What about, are you doing anything on Ocean Path Community Park?
That was the one that we just did.
So
To explore the land.
and you got the bottom lands too.
Okay, so that's both of them covered. Next meeting, Wednesday, June 8th, 2022. Councilor Grover?
Adjournment.
All in favor? Thank you.